also with you.
Let us pray. Gracious God, as you by your Holy Spirit are accompanying us through our joint assembly, so now draw near to us as we convene the General Synod. Come, O Holy Spirit, come and preside among us. Come, O Holy Spirit, grace and guide us by your wisdom, your light, your boldness. Grant that all we do through this General Synod may fulfill the mind of Christ for his church and the heart of Christ for the world. We pray in his holy name. Amen. Welcome, everyone. I'll ask for the report on the Committee on Credentials.
Thank you, Archbishop. I can report that we have registered 41 bishops, 113 clergy, 135 laity. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now, just so we know who's who and what they're about in this synod, we'll have some introductions now. First of all, those who are sitting at this table, bearing responsibilities of leadership throughout the synod. To my immediate left is our Prolocutor, Canon Robert Falby. To his left, our Chancellor, Canon David Jones, and to his left, our Deputy Prolocutor, the Venerable Harry Huskins. To my immediate right, our General Secretary, the Venerable Dr. Michael Thompson, and to his right, our Recording Secretary, Ms. Josie DeLucia. We have a number of sessional committees, and you know that the sessional committees are those that are servants of the Synod while we're actually in session, meeting. And so we have a number of those committees. The Agenda Committee is chaired by Mrs. Susan Wynne, and you'll see that there are a number of able-bodied and good-minded people working with Sue. The Resolutions Committee is chaired by the Very Reverend Louise Peters, and you'll see there all the names of people who are working with Louise. So if you have questions or concerns about resolutions, please direct them to any one of those persons or to Louise. Expenditures Committee, Mr. Rob Dixon is the chair of that committee, and you'll see the two other people, Michael Olton and Sarah Usher, who are working with him. The Nominating Committee is chaired by Right Reverend James Cowan, and you'll see the people who are working with Bishop Jim. And the Credentials Committee is chaired by Canon Robert Falby, those assisting him, and our honorary secretaries, who I believe are seated over to the right of the head table. Is that? No, the left. Thank you. To the left. Venerable Jeff Peddle, Reverend Bruce Bryant Scott, Ms. Margaret Jennings, and Mr. Stephen Koenig. And to our right from the head table, the assessors, Ms. Ann Burke, who is our Vice Chancellor. She's accompanied by Chancellor Heather Dixon, Chancellor Robin McKay, and the Venerable Alan Perry. And we also are delighted to have partners, of course, at the General Synod from the Episcopal Church. We are delighted to have Ms. Martha Gardner. If Martha's in the house.
Straight ahead.
Here she is, Martha. And ASIP partners, we are delighted to have a good number. The Venerable Larry Beardy, the Venerable Dr. Sid Black, the Reverend Richard Bruyere, the Reverend Norm Casey has sent regrets. Norm is having some health issues which he's tending to, so we'll keep Norm in our prayers. Miss Caroline Chum, the Reverend Canon Laverne Jacobs, Miss Sylvia James, Miss Frida Lapine, Mr. Willard Martin, Mr. Todd Russell, Miss Ruby Sandy Robinson, Miss Dixie Bird. The Reverend Dale Gilman has unfortunately sent regrets. Miss Sheba McKay, the Reverend Hannah Alexi, and the Reverend Barbara Shumsky. So those are the introductions. I believe, oh no, sorry, we have a couple more. Yes, visitors from the Episcopal Church, Miss Sally Johnson, who is the Chancellor to the President of the House of Deputies. Where are you, Sally? You here? There she is. The Reverend Canon Michael Barlow, who is the Executive Officer of General Convention. Thank you. And Canon Peter Nig, Officer of Asia and the Pacific and Anglican Relations. Peter, are you here? No. Okay. So we welcome those who are partners to the General Synod, and let's give them a round of applause. Now, we're doing voting in new ways. So we're going to have a presentation now on how we use our keypads.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is not an exercise break, but we're going to put a test question up on the screen, and I'm going to have, you don't have to do it just yet, I'll tell you when to. I'm going to have everybody stand up. We're going to answer the question. If you get a green light, you're going to sit down, and we'll kind of go through, make sure everybody's happy and satisfied that their device is working, and then we'll go on to the real votes. Just a little bit of instruction on the clicker. First of all, you don't have to point it anywhere. If you're dying to point it at something, the receiver is back here, not at the screen. You do not need to hold down the button. So I know a lot of people kind of have a tendency, if the harder I press it, the more votes I get. It's not the case. So rather just press it, release it. If you're unsure, you can press it a few times, 2 or 3 or 4 times. Each clicker will only register one vote, and it will be the last vote. So as long as the question is open, and I'm sure somebody will call, okay, is everybody done voting? Then we'll close it. So you can't change your vote after, obviously, we've closed the session. So I would encourage you to press the button a couple times. There'll be a green light that lets you know that the device is working. After we do the test question, I'm going to get out and just show you how I can report out in the various orders. So clergy, bishop, and laity. And so you get to see behind the magic as well. So we're going to start, if I can get everybody to stand up. It's a fairly simple question. And so are you enjoying your time here so far? So press your answer. If you see your green light, please sit down. And like I said, you can press it a couple times. As soon as you get that green light, you can have a seat. And press it a couple times. This is like the big winners, right? Okay, I think, is there anybody standing up still? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, baby. Okay, so we have lots of extras in case we needed to exchange them, but we don't. Everybody's working. Everybody happy? Okay, so we'll see. I guess I could tell you as well, on that screen there, the reason it says 305 is that's kind of all of our extras, anybody that maybe isn't in the room, anybody who's left early, so that's kind of our max amount that could ever be voted on. So that's how it goes. So we'll take a look at the answer. All right. I assume that 9% maybe pressed the wrong button. Don't do that during the resolutions. Make sure. Okay, so, and then we're just gonna get out, you'll get to see the magic kind of here on how to do the report. So everything happens in PowerPoint. I go and generate a report, and we click on our current session. And then in the demographic report, the first option, and generate. So this is, if we need to report out on order, you can see, do you see, Mary Lou, in the corner, the little plus button that allows it to zoom in a bit? Yeah, press that a couple times. Oh, yeah, there we go. So it's kind of anonymous. All right, there's your introduction. If you have any problems or questions afterwards, there's a whole team of us over here making sure everything works well. And you can take me off the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just so you know who that was J.P. Copeland, who's introduced the clicker way of voting to the General Synod and to the Joint Assembly as well. Now, orders of the day. I'll ask the Chair of the Agenda Committee, Sue Wynn, to speak to this.
Once you've had the orders of the day, I will be followed by Louise Peters, who will be speaking to the no debate list of resolutions, and she will explain that. Then we will go to the opening formalities. We have a number of procedural motions to pass at that time. Then you will be introduced to the delegates, or those who've been nominated as Prolocutor. You'll have a chance to see them and hear them. Following that, we will enjoy the presidential address. After the address, we will vote for the Prolocutor. Once that balloting is done, you will be introduced to the nominees for Deputy Prolocutor, and that will be followed by the election of the Deputy Prolocutor. We hope by about 2:30 we will begin a Vision 29 presentation with PJ Hobbs and Melissa Green. Following that, we will move to the Chancellor, David Jones, who chairs the Governance Working Group, and he will guide us through some upcoming resolutions concerning governance. Then we will move to an introduction to some structures discussions, and this will be with Monica Patton and Bishop Colin Johnson and our General Secretary, Michael Thompson. Once we've completed all that work, we will have some announcements and a closing prayer, and it will be dinner. Immediately after dinner, you will all move to the provincial caucuses in order to elect your members for the new Council of General Synod. And all of the caucuses will take place on the first level, and you'll be given the room numbers during the announcement, but they will all be down on the first floor. But you will come back promptly for 7:30 to continue with resolutions on structures and also on the future work and future decisions concerning the future work of our church. There will be then a few announcements probably, and night prayers, again down on the second floor. And just to remind you that tomorrow morning, first thing, we return again to the fourth session of the Joint Assembly, and we will reconvene this General Synod after lunch tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Sue. Microphone number 2. Just wait till you're, there you go. We need sound at microphone number 2.
Your Grace, thank you. Your Grace and members of Synod, Alicia Dumas, Diocese of Algoma. Just raising a point of general privilege. I'm representing the entire Diocese of Algoma delegation. We are concerned that we're so spread out that it'll be difficult to discuss anything with each other as a diocese, so we would like to sit together as dioceses. I move the diocese sit together by table.
Excuse me, could you repeat the last sentence?
I move that diocese sit by table.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Dr. David Gould.
Thank you very much. So this is a request that we reconfigure, basically, the seating arrangement for the Synod. And as I understand it, it's that we would be seated in table groups by diocese. Now, we need to entertain this motion immediately. So that motion is before the Synod. If you wish to speak, you can go to a microphone. Microphone number 1.
Your Grace, Peter Elliott, Diocese of New Westminster. I wonder if the Synod would be helped if someone from the organizing committee gave a rationale about the way we are currently seated. I think that might help members of Synod make a decision in relationship to this resolution.
Thank you. Is there someone that from the Planning Committee that could speak to that? Here comes Peter Wall, the chair of the General Synod Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Synod. The General Synod Planning Committee, in consultation with many other people, including the Council of General Synod, opted for mixed seating because in Halifax, some of you will recall, in 2010, we had mixed seating except for a couple of very specific times, and the feedback from that General Synod was that the moving into diocesan tables for particular pieces of business was unhelpful and unnecessary. Above and beyond that, however, I think it was the feeling of the General Synod Planning Committee that the opportunity and gift of sitting with the church gathered together and with people from around the country at tables was a significant part of who we are, and is the way that we felt we should conduct our business.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Canon Terry Lear, Diocese of Athabasca. I'm planning on voting in favor of the motion because we spent a lot of time in our diocese with pre-General Synod consultations and trying to sort of create ourselves as a community, and it will be helpful not only to our youth delegate, but to other people in our delegation to be able to actually speak with each other and say what happened, all that kind of stuff. So I'm voting in favor.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Canon Neil Elliott, Kootenay Diocese. We were reminded as part of our preparation that we come to this synod as delegates ourselves, to stand on our own feet, make our own decisions. I'm personally pleased not to be under the nose of my bishop.
Any other speakers to the motion? We'll give the, we have one more here, microphone number 2.
Megan Lofgren, Diocese of Saskatoon. We discussed it in my diocese about what people felt, and I was generally alone in my feeling that I would like it to remain mixed. But my reasons were that yesterday we were called to break down barriers and borders and all of those things that separate us as a church. And while I can understand the need for continuity and solidarity within a diocese, we are still part of a greater church. And I think it's important that we recognize that we utilize the resources we have available to us, and we have dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the mover like to close the debate? Yes.
I just know that my diocese is unanimous in asking that we sit in tables. We are spread out geographically and have not had the opportunity that some other dioceses may have in gathering together to be able to discuss issues, and it's good for us to be able to talk together as well as a diocese, because decisions that we're making don't just affect the greater church but also affect us in our diocese. And there's quite a few new people who've never been to General Synod and may have point of order questions, etc., and may feel more comfortable asking the people that they know. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the motion is now before us. We've had discussion. We're going to vote by the clicker method. And I believe that 1 is yes or in favor and 2 is no opposed. Am I correct in that?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Pardon me? Please go to the microphone.
Your Grace, if you could repeat the motion so that we all know exactly what we're in favor of and opposed to, and we don't get mixed up by mistake.
Yes. Is the motion able to be put on the screen? Is that possible? No? Could we have the wording again, please?
Move that dioceses sit by tables.
Thank you. Okay, everyone's clear? Now, this is how I think we'll proceed. I'll invite you to vote in a minute, and then you were not told to vote. Now, I'm serious, folks. The clicker method is designed for efficiency. And so let this be the moment when, from now on, you do not press that button until Robert Falby or I say vote. Don't vote yet. The second thing to say is that I think what I'll request is that the results of the vote not go on the screen. They be brought to the table, and we'll deliver the vote results from here. Then they'll go up on the screen. Okay? Vote.
And you should tell them when there's a minute left.
Yes. Has everyone voted? Has anyone not voted? Okay, thank you. We have the results of the vote. In the order of clergy and laity, those in favor, 87. Those not in favor, 146. In the order of bishops, those in favor, 13. Those not in favor, 26. So the motion is defeated in both houses. So we remain as we are currently configured. Now we move to the adoption of the agenda. David?
Your Grace, I move that the adoption of the agenda, version 6.2.
Thank you. And the seconder is?
Sue Wynn.
Thank you. Those in favor? No, we're doing clicker.
Yep.
We're doing clicker. Sorry. Those in, yeah, vote. Sorry. We'll get used to this.
One is in favor.
1 is in favor and 2 is not in favor. Vote. The results of this will pop up immediately. Okay, voting will close in about 10 seconds. Okay, can we have the results, please? The Lutherans are really happy with that result. Thank you.
Now, we do the no debate list now? It's not on the agenda.
Yeah. We're moving. Pardon me? We move now to some procedural motions. So the first one is A002, and that would be the minutes of the last General Synod in 2010.
And I move, Your Grace, that the minutes of the 39th session of the General Synod held in Halifax, Nova Scotia, June 3rd to 11th, 2010, be approved by the Certification Committee and printed in, as approved by the Certification Committee and printed in the General Synod Journal, be adopted.
Thank you. That's moved. And is there a seconder? Robert? Thank you. Okay. Oh, so yes? Thank you.
The mover of that was myself, David Jones.
The mover was David Jones and the seconder was Robert Falby. Yes. Microphone number 1.
Mary Lysecki, Diocese of Rupertsland. I don't know if this is the right time to ask the question, but the resolutions from the last synod that were listed in the convening circular, and I wanted to ask what's happening with the resolution on repudiating the doctrine of discovery. It just says it's in progress, but I don't know what the progress is, and it'd be nice to hear about it.
It's a matter that we can hold over for reply.
Is this the place to talk about that, or is there some other moment in time when that will be appropriate?
Thank you for the question. We're just going to confer quickly here. I'm advised that it's a matter of reply and that we will get back to you with an answer to that question. Okay. So it's minutes, it's to approve the minutes of the 39th session of General Synod. Please vote. About 10 seconds left. Thank you very much. Could we have the results, please? Our current rules of order require that the results have to be made known by houses, in the order of bishops and the order of clergy and laity. So we just need to give our technical folks time to do that for us. Thank you, Alan. So in the order of clergy and laity, in which the motion was moved in the order of clergy and laity, those in favor 222, those not in favor 3, in the order of bishops 33 in favor, 1 not in favor. So the motion is carried. Notice the motion A004.
I'm David Jones, and I move that the notices of motion and memorials as amended and as printed in the convening circular be received.
Thank you. And is there a seconder?
I'm the seconder, Bob Falby, Prolocutor.
Thank you. Please vote. Everybody's voted? Thank you very much. We'll wait for the results. Thank you, Alan. Results of the vote in the order of clergy and laity, 230 in favor, 5 not in favor. In the order of bishops, 36 in favor, 1 not in favor. The motion is carried. Now, I skipped over, notice the motion A003, courtesies of the General Synod.
I'm David Jones, and I move that the courtesies of General Synod be extended to the partners and visitors and to the directors of General Synod at the National Office.
Thank you. And the seconder?
Harry Huskins, I'll second.
Harry Huskins, thank you. Please vote. Microphone number 2.
Your Grace, Bernie Beer, Diocese of Rupert's Land. These motions so far have not been contentious, but should we get to a situation where a motion is more contentious, I can't see that a vote, we can see the votes in favor and against, but we cannot see abstentions. Is there any way that a vote can be registered other than saying that they don't vote?
Our rules of order, sir, require every member of Synod to vote.
So abstention is not allowed?
Correct.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good reminder to us all. Thank you. Okay. Can we have results, please? That Alan Perry is in great shape, isn't he? Thank you, Alan. In the order of clergy and laity, those in favor, 227. Those not in favor, 4. In the order of bishops, those in favor, 34. Those not in favor, 0. So that's carried. Thank you. I think we'll go to 7 now. Yes. A007, the reports as printed in the convening circular.
I am David Jones, and I move that the reports printed in the convening circular be received.
I'm Robert Falby, and I second that motion.
Thank you. Please vote. Thank you. The results are in the order of clergy and laity, 135 in favor, 5 not in favor. In the order of bishops, 36 in favor, 0 not in favor.
Should that be 235? Do you want to check that? That should be 235, shouldn't it?
Motion is carried. A006,
I'm David Jones, and I move that the nominating committee be responsible for arranging balloting and appointing scrutineers in any election where such is required.
I'm Robert Falby, and I second that motion.
Thank you. Please vote. Everyone had opportunity to vote? Thank you. The results are, in the order of clergy and laity, 133 in favor, 3 not in favor. In the order of bishops, those in favor, 36. Those not in favor, 0. That motion is carried. A005.
I am David Jones, and I move that the rules of order and procedure be suspended so far as is necessary to permit the no debate list procedure printed in the convening circular to be used at this synod.
Harry Huskins, and I will second that motion.
And Your Grace, this requires a 2/3 majority in the order of bishops and a 2/3 majority in the combined orders of clergy and laity voting together.
Thank you. Okay. Please vote. Everybody had opportunity to vote? Thank you. Here are the results. In the order of clergy and laity, those in favor, 216. Those not in favor, 33. In the order of bishops, those in favor, 31. And those not in favor, 6. So we have a 2/3 majority in each house, and that motion is carried. Thank you. Now we're going to move to motion A070. It's A070, and this is the resolution with financial implications. And Rob Dixon, thank you. Microphone number 2.
Your Grace, members of Synod, Rob Dixon from the Diocese of New Westminster. The motion A070 is that all resolutions adopted by this session of the General Synod involving the spending of money and for which the necessary financial resources have not been identified in the motion or are not included in the budget of General Synod be referred to a group comprised of the Primate, the Prolocutor, and the General Secretary, who shall, in consultation with the Treasurer, review any expenditures that would be required to implement the motion and the financial resources available. The group may, in their discretion, authorize expenditures to implement the motion in whole or in part, or may determine that the implementation is not financially feasible. The General Secretary shall report the decisions of the group to the Council of General Synod, which may reconsider these decisions. This motion is seconded by the Right Reverend James Cowan, Bishop of Diocese of British Columbia.
Thank you, Rob. Yes.
Your Grace, the purpose of this motion is to give clarity to the work of what has been done in past by the Expenditures Committee, but in fact, with history, has been very difficult for the Expenditures Committee to do other than just to advise that in fact a motion that has financial implications either has resources to fund it or doesn't have resources to fund it. But in fact, that information isn't completely helpful to General Synod in that if there are not resources identified directly to support that action that the motion is looking to forward, there is not time and there's certainly not the information available to determine whether in the future there in fact can be resources to do. And this motion, which was adopted in a similar fashion at General Synod in 2010, was deemed to be very helpful in this, in that it refers it to the officers first to take a look at it and see how that could fit into the program, and have that decision then reviewed and endorsed or changed by the Council of General Synod, which acts for General Synod between General Synods. I support, obviously, this motion, Your Grace.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
John Rye from the Diocese of Saskatchewan. I too would like to support this motion. I would like to say that there is no Pentecost without cost, and that a large number of motions which are in this binder in fact will have financial implications, both positive and negative, and that we are actually too tight in drawing our definitions of what has a financial implication. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
My name is Hugh McKenzie from the Diocese of Algoma. I certainly understand the thinking behind this motion and the reasons for it. I do have a fundamental problem with the fact that, as the previous speaker said, there isn't a motion that can be passed that doesn't have some kind of financial implication, even if it's just staff time. And if you take the real reading of this motion, it does leave the possibility of any decision made by Synod being in a position of being able to be overturned or stopped by a very small group of people. And from a fundamentally principle point of view, I have a problem with that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Rob, do you wish to say anything further? No. Are you ready to vote? Please vote. Everyone had opportunity to vote? Thank you. Results of this vote, in the order of clergy and laity, 181 in favor. Those not in favor, 54. In the order of bishops, those in favor, 26, and those not in favor, 10. So the motion is carried. Now we come to the no debate list. I'll ask the chair of the Resolutions Committee to speak to this matter. Microphone number 2.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Resolutions Committee, I present the no debates list. Resolutions on the no debate list are A140, Revision 1, the final report of the Primates Commission on Theological Education and Formation for Presbyterial Ministry and recommendations. A141, To Love and Serve the Lord, Anglican Lutheran International Commission. A142, The Church Towards a Common Vision. A170, Revision 1, Supporting Creation Care Across the Church. A171, Jerusalem Sunday. C002, Joint Anglican Lutheran Commission. C001, Baptismal Covenant Edition. These resolutions in the no debate list is included in your mailbox and has been distributed and is available for your tables. Has also been posted on the wall. Because we've just passed the procedures, if you choose to remove or would like to remove a resolution from the no debates list, I refer you to number 6 on the no debate list procedures. Any member can request that a resolution be removed from the no debate list within 24 hours of the resolutions having been posted on the no debate list. You can do that by speaking to me or speaking to the Prolocutor, and I am sitting at table number 23, or you could drop it off in the resolutions mailbox, which is available at the information table near the mailboxes. You will also notice on your tables that there is a blue binder which contains all of the resolutions, and I invite you to also appoint one person at your table to pick up the additional information that should go in that binder and keep it up to date.
Thank you very much. Louise? So that's a report from the Resolutions Committee concerning the no debate list with clear directions for us as to how we handle any concerns we have with the list. Thank you very much. Now we move to introduction of nominees for the office of Prolocutor, and Bishop Jim Cowan will be introducing the nominees. As he's approaching the microphone to do that, just a simple reminder to us that of the duties of the Prolocutor. They're outlined in Section 14 of our Constitution, and the primary responsibility of the Prolocutor, and I quote, is to be an associate of and assistant to the Primate in the affairs of the General Synod and the Council of the General Synod. In the absence of the President or the President's request, that's me in this case, the Prolocutor shall be chairperson of the General Synod. The Prolocutor is an ex officio member of all committees, councils, boards, and commissions, standing and special, appointed under any provision of the Constitution or any canon enacted by General Synod or any resolution of the General Synod or the Council of General Synod. So that gives you some sense of the range of responsibility and commitments that the Prolocutor bears for the good of the General Synod and its Council. Bishop James.
Thank you, Your Grace, members of Synod. For the nomination for Prolocutor, we have 3 nominees. At present, the Prolocutor is a layperson. The Deputy Prolocutor is a member of the clergy. The Prolocutor and the Deputy Prolocutor must be from different orders, and because the Primate is the president of the General Synod, bishops are not eligible for nomination or election. If a member of the clergy is elected prolocutor, the deputy prolocutor will then be a member of the laity. If a member of the clergy or laity is elected prolocutor, the deputy prolocutor will be a member of the clergy. So in nomination, we have Mr. Robert Dixon, a layperson from the Diocese of New Westminster. And I believe it said in the nomination report that Robert was from the Diocese of British Columbia. That is unfortunately incorrect. Thank you. From the Diocese of Algoma, the Venerable Harry Huskins, a member of the Order of Clergy, and at present, Deputy Prolocutor. And from the Diocese of Niagara, the Very Reverend Peter Wall, a member of the clergy. Those are the candidates in nomination for the position of Prolocutor.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is move to the presidential address, and we'll proceed with electing the Prolocutor immediately following. We give thanks to God always for you all, remembering before our God and Father your work of faith and labor of love and steadfastness of hope in our Lord Jesus Christ. St. Paul's words to the Thessalonians in his first letter to them. There is no greater joy in my ministry as your primate than to travel this beloved church. In the last 6 years, I have visited almost every diocese, a few of them several times. I have visited many, many parishes, and I appreciate these invitations, the warmth of your welcome, and every opportunity to preach and preside among you. I especially enjoy those town hall gatherings when you ask the real questions you want addressed. I enjoy the fellowship that we share together over potluck dinners, and I'm deeply grateful for every assurance of your prayers for me week by week. En route home from diocesan and parish visits, I reflect on the things I've heard and seen. Beauty and good order in worship, joy and diligence in teaching the faith, love and devotion in pastoral care, generosity in outreach, and boldness in advocacy for what is just and right in the affairs of the world. Your ministry in communities along our coastlines, in hill country and lake districts, across the prairies and nestled in the mountains, in huge urban centers and in remote communities across Arctic tundra, make this Anglican Church of Canada what it is: vast and very diverse, yet one in Christ and his gospel. I echo St. Paul's words: I give thanks to God always for you, remembering before our God and Father your work of faith and your labor of love and your steadfastness of hope in our Lord Jesus. I come to this General Synod filled with much hope for our church. Let me share a few snapshots with you. A couple of years ago, I was at St. James Cathedral in downtown Toronto for Tuesday drop-in in the third week of Advent. Because Cathedral Hall was under a massive renovation, Tuesday drop-in was to take place in the cathedral. To accommodate that program, all the pews in the north side of the cathedral had been removed, and a number of stations had been set up. 60 people thereabouts who live on the streets were welcomed by the vicar, David Brinton. Out of the cold, they could get a hot drink, a sandwich, and some fresh fruit. Yes, there was a barber in the cathedral cutting hair, and a number of nurses providing foot care. Scarves and hats and mittens were available. So were cards for those who wanted to wish family or friends a Merry Christmas. There was a festive atmosphere in the cathedral that day. Someone playing the piano and some gathering around to sing. Some just sat and enjoyed the music. I watched people gazing up at the painted ceiling or standing in front of a story in stained glass. I saw some sitting quietly with their heads bowed in prayer for mercies I can only imagine. At evensong, we sang the Magnificat, and I thought how in these very courts of the Lord, the hungry had been fed and the humble lifted high, the hope of the poor not forgotten. Let me take you to the East Coast, to St. John's, Newfoundland. There, the Anglo-Catholic parish of St. Michael and All Angels discerned a call a few years ago to relocate to the urban sprawl surrounding the downtown core of St. John's. A church plant in the making, a congregation growing, the church's presence felt in wonderful ways in a new part of town. In the inner city neighborhood of central Winnipeg, historic St. Matthew's Church is converting its massive old building into a multi-purpose complex called the West End Commons. It will have a beautiful worship space, 25 units of affordable rental housing for families, and a neighborhood resource center. All of this exciting work in the spirit of their parish prayer. Let our church be like a great tree, giving shade and shelter to all who come under its branches. Let the people rest here in your grace, and let them be rerooted in your kingdom's work. On the West Coast, the Diocese of British Columbia, under the guidance of Bishop Jim Cowan, has completely remapped itself for mission. That work in Synod was not without some struggle, some pain, and some grief. But overall, the strategy of hubs for mission and ministry is moving the church forward. Last year, I was at the Synod of the Diocese of the Arctic, and what a time that was. The famous igloo cathedral, St. Jude's, which had been completely destroyed by fire in November 2005 and rebuilt through the generosity of Anglicans across the country, was dedicated once again to the glory of God. A northern light rekindled. 2 new bishops, David Parsons and Darren McCartney, were elected and consecrated, all within the 8 days of the Synod. The complete translation of the Scriptures into Inuktitut was celebrated. Local translators working with the Canadian Bible Society presented their 33-year labor of love to Bishop Andrew Tagatalik. The Bibles were blessed and distributed, and as one woman received her copy, she literally danced down the aisle saying, "God speaks my language." Earlier this year, I visited the Diocese of New Westminster. It was styled by the bishop's missioner for St. Matthew's, Abbotsford, St. Matthias, and St. Luke, and St. John Shaughnessy as a pastoral visit, one in which the primate would take opportunity to meet the people, to hear their story, and to pray with them. Listening to them, I felt their heartache over the intense divisions that marked their congregations for so many years, and their pain in seeing so many leave their churches, among them family members and friends. There was a sadness in some of our conversation, but there was no contempt, no malice, no animosity. They spoke of their desire to remain within the diocesan family and within this church. They also spoke of their respect for their Bishop Michael Ingham and for the great care he had taken to represent the diocese in court, for the clear and courteous manner with which he articulated our polity as a church and our fiduciary responsibility in holding all properties dedicated for the ministries of the Anglican Church of Canada. In each one of those three gatherings, I heard a deep resolve not to rebuild what was, but to plant something new, a new way of being church, trusting that with careful nurture and watering, God will give them growth. These are people of hope. Let me take you now to the Diocese of Moosonee. When Bishop Tom Corsten retires at the end of the year, Moosonee will come under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan of the Province of Ontario. This is a story of courageous Episcopal leadership. It's a story of focused conversations in Synod and a faithful assessment of a church's capacity to sustain ministry through the vast expanse of that huge diocese. It's a story of emerging partnerships that will provide for all the administrative, pastoral, and episcopal needs of the church there. The lights are not going out in Moosonee. They're twinkling with renewed hope. Moving westward, I see another story of hope in the Diocese of Keewatin. In the spirit of honoring the desire of Indigenous peoples for self-determination with respect to leadership and structures within the churches and their communities, an area mission was created in Northern Ontario, and the church made provision for the election of a bishop in keeping with Aboriginal ways of discernment. Through the leadership of Bishop Lydia Mamakwe, the Northern Ontario mission has so grown in its capacity for self-determination and self-sufficiency that this synod will be asked to give consent to the creation of a new diocese in Northern Ontario. Hope abounds in these First Nations communities, the dream of the elders taking on flesh and bone, soul and spirit. In Saskatchewan, a hope was realized in the election of an Indigenous bishop to work with the diocesan bishop. Their partnership in ministry is a wonderful reflection of Manui Isi Miwachimawowan. How'd I do, Michael? Meaning together in the gospel. Bishop Michael Hawkins and Bishop Adam Halkett are living the prayer of the faithful across the diocese and inviting everyone to join them. O Great Spirit, grant us strength and dignity to walk a new trail. Now let me take you into the interior of British Columbia. At the time the Diocese of Caribou was going bankrupt through litigation arising from abuses in the Indian residential schools, the then Bishop, Jim Cruikshank, through tears of his own, said, "No self-pity, no blaming." He called the church to reimagine itself without all the usual structures of governance we know. Through Jim's leadership and the guidance of the Chancellor, Bud Smith, APSI struggled into life. That is, the Anglican parishes of the central interior. Their first few gasps of breath were a struggle, but now it is enjoying a life and vitality that is quite amazing. I was in Kamloops just a few weeks ago to present Bud Smith with the Anglican Award of Merit for his outstanding commitment to help APSI walk in new ways with Indigenous peoples. At the same service, at Bud's request, Bishop Barbara Andrews installed 4 pastoral elders, Jim, Laura, Amy, and Jimmy. All received crosses and blankets, and to the beat of drum songs, spirits soared. APSI is a story of a people whose mourning has been turned into dancing. Hope abounds. I was in the Diocese of Edmonton for Pentecost this year, convinced that the believers should all be in one place, devoting themselves to praise and prayer and expecting a fresh outpouring of the Holy Spirit. Bishop Jane Alexander invited all the parishes to come together in the beautiful Winspear Center Concert Hall. 1,300 Anglicans came from across the diocese, and what a gathering it was, launching the diocese into its centenary celebrations. There was a good spirit in that place, a sweet, sweet spirit, and everyone knew it was the Spirit of the Lord. Now, friends, these are just a sampling of so many places where I see hope in and through the church local. I also see a lot of hope in how we are the church together across the country. In General Synod, and this is our 40th in our history, here we are reconnected. We are reminded of our identity as a national church. The most incredible way in which we are the church together is our deep and abiding commitment to the marks of mission. I know you know them. I rejoice that these marks of mission tell, teach, tend, transform, treasure. That's the most abbreviated form I've found them in yet. They've become household language in this church. They're part of the heartbeat of this church. Parishes and dioceses are using them in their ministry plans. A Sunday school curriculum has been built around them. The Anglican Journal has featured mission stories from across the church. Anglican Video has captured mission moments with friends throughout the country. There's been a photo contest. A song has been written. These marks of mission have inspired all the conversations that shape the priorities and practices within Vision 2019, adopted by General Synod in 2010, as a guiding document for the Council of General Synod in shaping and resourcing the ministries of the national church. Both the marks of mission and Vision 2019 will be showcased in this synod. And I know you're going to be energized by the go-forward enthusiasm that marks the spirit and pace of these dynamic presentations. There is in our church a clear shift, I think, from the culture of membership to a culture of discipleship. We talk about ourselves being a people seeking to know, love, and follow Jesus in serving God's mission in the world. Jesus is at the heart of that statement. Some humility comes out of our hearts as we say we're seeking, we're learning, we're growing, we're maturing, we're aging like good wine. We are moving, we're being formed and reformed for discipleship. There is, writes Bishop Mark MacDonald, a new sense of vocation in the church, a calling to a level of individual and corporate discipleship that has not been common in the period of late Christendom. It's a discipleship in which the whole church develops a capacity for humble and constant spiritual discernment. Humble, constant, spiritual discernment. That prayerful listening for God's word in Scripture, in one another, and in creation. In a recent publication of the World Council of Churches, The Church Toward a Common Vision, we read, "At the heart of the church's vocation in the world is the proclamation of the kingdom, inaugurated in Jesus the Lord, crucified and risen. through its internal life of Eucharistic worship, intercessory prayer, through planning for mission and evangelism, and through a daily lifestyle of solidarity with the poor, through advocacy even to confrontation with the powers that oppress human beings, the churches are trying to fulfill this essential evangelistic vocation. In the past triennium, the Primate's Commission on Theological Education has focused its work on competencies for presbyteral ministry. The report sets before us the qualities, skills, and charisms we can reasonably expect in those called and ordained to priestly ministry. It's an impressive piece of work, and I believe it holds great hope for consistency of standards across the church. I trust the Synod will heartily endorse the report and its several recommendations. We're also turning our attention to the diaconate, as we have had in the past. This distinct order of ministry, I want to say, is a precious gift, and it's a powerful agent in the call to be a servant church in and for the world. In my travels, I have seen the incredibly amazing ministries of deacons on the streets, in shelters for the homeless, in safe houses, in hospitals, prisons, and halfway houses, and inside the legal aid system. But in its fullness, diaconia takes the form not only of compassionate care and accompaniment, but also prophetic witness and advocacy for human rights, social, cultural, and economic. The tremendous economic inequalities that plague the human family need to be an abiding concern for the church. Our faith impels us to work for a just social order. Commitment to that work represents hope for millions of people. In engaging youth, we work together across the church. My experience, and I know it's yours, that wherever young people gather, in diocesan youth conferences, in Stronger Together, at Ask or Imagine, or at a 1,000-strong Canadian Lutheran Anglican youth event, they are eager to use their faith to reshape this world in the design of God's love and justice for all people. This fall, the BCYAYM, British Columbia and Yukon Anglican Youth Movement, the oldest continuing youth movement in our church, celebrates its 100th anniversary in a gala event in Abbotsford. This will not be a recalling of the glory days of the past, but a genuine celebration of the new thing the Lord continues to do in making this youth movement as strong and vibrant as ever. With the theme, Bridging the Generations, they are moving on. The Council of the North describes our being together as a church this way. Nowhere in the Canadian church is the interdependence in the gospel more evident than in the way in which we work together to provide pastoral and sacramental ministry to the remote and isolated areas of our vast nation. I want us to pause and pay tribute to all those who serve in the North. The bishops, the clergy, the lay readers, and catechists. While all our ministries across the church are sacrificial in nature, those who serve in the North make particular sacrifices. They live with challenges in geography, huge distances between communities, issues associated with isolation, the high cost of food, particularly perishable food, and numerous social challenges. Bishops and clergy in the Council of the North receive a bare minimum stipend. Many clergy, no stipend. I can only stand in awe of their deep devotion to our Lord and their labors of love among those they serve. As beautiful as the stars that light up the night sky, so are their ministries across a northern landscape, each one a story of hope. More than ever, dear friends, more than ever, we are together as a church in walking with Indigenous peoples. I believe we're making good progress in the journey of spiritual renewal to which the 1994 covenant called us. We are walking that dream. We've some distance to go, but even as we look back, there are some wonderful moments we can celebrate. I have had the privilege to be a guest at the last couple of sacred circles. As you heard me say yesterday in Joint Assembly, my role there is to listen. And what I hear is an emerging hope. I hear it in conversations over meals, in stories by the sacred fire, and in discussions under the tent. An emerging hopefulness among Indigenous peoples, an emerging hopefulness for the way we are endeavoring to walk together in paths of healing and reconciliation and new life. I think that hope is shaped by what many see as a deep commitment on the part of our church to live as faithfully as we can the words of the apology delivered by Archbishop Michael Piers in 1993. This year marks the 20th anniversary of that apology. Having taken initiative to seek the counsel of the National Indigenous Anglican Bishop and the guidance of the Anglican Council of Indigenous People as to how we mark this anniversary, I've been advised that in keeping the anniversary, two things should be considered. First, an opportunity to pay tribute to Archbishop Piers for his leadership, which was truly humble and holy, compassionate and courageous, far-sighted and firm. Michael set us on a trajectory toward healing and reconciliation from which we have not, nor ever will, turn back. The second piece of advice I was given was that a commission be established by me to enable our church to follow through on the actions associated with the resolution of General Synod 2010 repudiating the doctrine of discovery. Having considered this request, I'm quite prepared to act in establishing a commission, but I've prayerfully discerned that the mandate be broadened so that it addresses not only the doctrine of discovery, but two other very important matters as well. First, the question that Mr. Justice Murray Sinclair, chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, has put before the churches and all the parties to the settlement agreement: what is reconciliation? And the second piece that I want to add to the mandate will help focus our attention on the church's commitment to addressing long-standing injustices borne by Indigenous peoples in Canada. So I see that mandate as, in some respects, addressing something from the past, the doctrine of discovery, the legacy of colonialism, and all that represents in history. I see us in the moment of the present as we struggle with understanding, embracing a wholesome theology of reconciliation, and then moving forward together, embodying that theology. And thirdly, looking ahead, because the reality is that sometimes when it comes to talk of reconciliation, it only becomes genuine on our part when at the same time we're taking initiatives to address what's still systemic in terms of racism in our society. In establishing the Commission, I will seek the advice of our Chancellor, the National Indigenous Anglican Bishop, the Coordinator for Indigenous Ministries, the Reverend Jenny Doctor, in drafting terms of reference. I will ask ASIP for guidance in naming the commissioners, and I pledge my prayers from this moment on for the sacred work that will be entrusted to them, and I'll request a final report for General Synod 2016. Since General Synod in 2010, our church has been deeply engaged in supporting the work of Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. At every event I have attended, I have been overwhelmed by the stories shared by survivors of the schools. I've learned a lot about the impact of their experiences in their own lives, those of their families, their children and grandchildren. I come away from every one of those events so mindful of so many years of lost love. But I also come away with moments of joy that by their very nature are healing, moments that signal hope for a brighter future. At all the TRC events, gestures of reconciliation are offered by churches, community-based agencies, government services, and more recently by schools and universities who are committed to include in their history courses the story of the Indian residential schools. One of the most moving of these gestures was at the Quebec National event in Montreal held in April. It was the presentation of a suitcase by a survivor from northern Quebec. The very suitcase he took with him to residential school. Most of what he had taken to school was taken from him. And he described taking home that suitcase empty, but in a sense, overflowing with hurt and loss and anger and grief. But through the years, he's emptied it of those things. And in it, he has placed, as he said, with the support of his church and community, symbols of personal healing and reconciliation with others, signs of hope, including the apology by Michael Pierce. Just think about that suitcase. It was a powerful moment in that national event, one rich in every hope that in remembering the children, this country will be guided on a new and a different path. This synod will feature a number of stories of how the General Synod and the dioceses are partnered in a variety of ministries. One of the oldest, of course, is the relationship of the Journal and the diocesan newspapers. One of the more recent is the National Together in Mission initiative. A number of dioceses are engaged in feasibility studies, a few in developing a case for support, including ministries of the General Synod. Ottawa and Toronto dioceses have had their own very successful financial campaigns from which the General Synod has enjoyed generous support, and I thank you. All of the dioceses are benefiting from the ministry of our regional plan giving consultants, their work being borne by a cost-sharing arrangement with General Synod. At the call of General Synod 2010 to explore a government relations presence in Ottawa, General Synod and the Diocese of Ottawa have partnered in the appointment of a special advisor for government relations. This office, held by the Reverend Lorette Glasgow, has been of great help in assisting me and other church host staff to address government on matters of poverty in Canada, chaplaincy within federal prisons, health benefits for refugees, changes in immigration policies, global food security, climate change, and the 1,000-day countdown to the realization of the Millennium Development Goals in 2015. This office is enabling me to exercise a stronger prophetic voice on behalf of our church. Faith, Worship, and Ministry has networks in liturgy, theological education, congregational development, and ecumenism all across the country. The treasurer of General Synod gathers all the financial officers in a meeting every couple of years. They've proven to be helpful with respect to exchange around best practices. The chancellor of General Synod hosted a meeting of all the provincial and diocesan chancellors at their own expense this year, reflecting on their work in serving the bishops and synods of our church. Staff who work in communication are in constant contact with one another across the church. Through General Synod's Creation Matters Working Group, about 40 parishes across the country are engaged in church energy audits, greening Anglican spaces, and cultivating church lands for community gardens, supplying fresh produce for local food banks. General Synod 2010 requested me to convene a national consultation to identify desirable changes in the structures of the General Synod, enabling us to effectively carry out our national and international ministries. That consultation was held in January this year and facilitated by Janet Marshall. The findings were considered by a steering group chaired by Monica Patton, and their report, entitled Embodying God's Call, is before this synod with a number of resolutions. May I simply say that I believe that the overall direction of doing more of our work through task forces and commissions with very clearly defined mandates, timelines, and measurable results is wise counsel for this General Synod. Under the theme of working together across the church, I would be remiss if I did not note that within the past 3 years, there has been a concerted effort with good success to increased collaboration among all the related entities in the ministries of our church. The General Synod, the Anglican Foundation, the Primate's World Relief and Development Fund, and the Pension Office. A wonderful expression of this growing collaboration is the Gifts for Mission catalog. It is clear that more and more people appreciate this opportunity to support ministries of the church that are particularly close to their heart. The Anglican Foundation takes a great interest in new and innovative ways of being church, in theological education, in worship, the sacred arts, and in making our buildings accessible, in resourcing youth initiatives, and supporting our church's public witness for justice and peace. With its vision for a truly just, healthy, and peaceful world, Primate's World Relief and Development has a very close relationship with our global relations staff, carefully mapping where our church is at work in the world and joining forces in advocacy for human rights. This growing collaboration also finds its expression in the way in which the senior staff of the General Synod and its related entities are working together. I am so blessed, and so are you, to have Michael Thompson as our General Secretary. Michael brings incredible gifts to this office: wisdom, wit, writing ability, And I'm grateful that we're surrounded, Michael and I are surrounded by directors who are so dedicated to the work that is before them. People who give sacrificially of their time to make this church and this General Synod what it can be for the world. I'm also deeply grateful for the wonderful support that Michael and I have enjoyed in these last few years from the officers of the General Synod. Their collective role and responsibility as outlined in the handbook has been enfleshed in wonderful ways as they work very closely with Michael and me and with all our General Synod directors. As hopeful as I am for the ways we are working in the church local and the church national, I'm also hopeful for the church global. 18 of our dioceses remain in companion relationships across the communion. The General Synod has historic relationships with a number of provinces: the Philippines, the Solomon Islands, Cuba, Jerusalem, and the Conference of Anglican Provinces in Africa. I want to highlight our abiding commitment to the church in Cuba. The primate chairs the Metropolitan Council. Global relations staff visit frequently. We support a number of faculty positions at the seminary in Matanzas. We are supporting an annual diocesan-wide music camp. We assist that diocese with clergy stipends, and we're working with the Episcopal Church to secure an adequate pension plan for retired clergy. A visit by one of our PWRDF staff persons, Jose Zaratas, led to a proposal for a development office for the Diocese of Cuba. PWRDF and Episcopal Relief and Development have partnered in making grants to fund this office for 3 years. The development officer is working with Bishop Griselda and her leadership team to assist parishes with community development initiatives. Our national relationship with Cuba is complemented by a growing relationship with the Diocese of Niagara, centered in agricultural initiatives. Bishop Griselda has been in many parts of Canada. She is an excellent ambassador, a woman of vision, and a woman of unwavering hope in God's purposes for the church in and through Cuba. You'll recall the General Synod 2010 called for a strengthening of ties with the Diocese of Jerusalem in the Middle East. And it gives me great delight to see how the companion relationship with Ottawa continues to flourish. I'm pleased to note that our church has made a generous commitment to provide for the next 3 years the stipend for the Reverend Canon John Organ, who is serving as chaplain to Bishop Suhail Dewani. John is a retired chaplain of the Canadian Forces and a priest of our church. His ministry in Jerusalem is well received. And I'm also pleased to say that the number of Canadian companions of Jerusalem, individuals, parishes, and dioceses, is growing. As companions, we are eager to learn more about the church's work in the Holy City, in the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. We are committed to support the church's witness through their priorities in hospitality, healthcare, education, and reconciliation for lasting peace. All of these developments give such great hope to Christians in the Holy Land. They long for relationship with their brothers and sisters in Christ throughout the world. Historically, we've enjoyed wonderful partnerships with a number of provinces through Africa. But we have also known the pain of considerable strain in some of those relationships, notably over matters of sexuality. But one of the signs of great hope for renewed relations is the Canadian-African Bishops' Dialogue. Assuming friendship in Christ, these bishops, respecting diversity in theological perspective and a commitment to learn about the cultural context in which they're serving the people of God, they come together for conversations and those conversations continue to be marked by grace, goodwill, and growth in Jesus. I'm convinced that in no small way, Canadian African Bishops' Dialogue is contributing to what I see as a renewed humility and hope around the Anglican Communion. A good number of Canadian Anglicans give extraordinary leadership in the communion, and we thank the Reverend Kenneth Kieran for acknowledging that in his remarks this morning. Alison Burnett Cowan, the Director of Unity, Faith and Order, our delegates to the Anglican Consultative Council, Suzanne Lawson, Peter Elliott, and Sue Moxley, and a host of others serving on communion-wide commissions for liturgy, evangelism, church growth, theological education, and communication, on ecumenical dialogues, in networks empowering women's ministries, Indigenous peoples' ministries, healthcare and the environment, and on those serving the Alliance for Anglican Relief and Development agencies. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Great Anglican Congress held in Toronto in 1963. From that great gathering of Anglicans worldwide emerged the principle of mutual responsibility and interdependence in the body of Christ. It has been reaffirmed time and again through the Anglican Consultative Council and expanded into the 10 Principles of Partnership adopted in 1993. These principles continue to enshrine the ethos and guide the way in which we work together across the world. As the life and witness of our communion goes forward, we are deeply grateful for the new Archbishop of Canterbury's passion for evangelism and renewal, his commitment to reconciliation and building up the body of Christ, and his principled approach to faith in the public square. In the bonds of affection we share in our Lord, we uphold Archbishop Justin in our prayers day by day. As Anglicans across Canada and around the world, we do well, it seems to me, to remember that wherever we are but pieces of clay. Pieces of clay in the hands of the potter, the Holy One, whose design is to make of this church a vessel of grace and blessing in and for the world. I am coming to Synod with a lot of hope. And I pray that you'll feel something of that hope I feel, and that you will be able to carry it home to all those places where you faithfully seek to love and serve the Lord. The songwriter, Colin Gibson, puts our life in Christ ever so simply, yet fully. He came singing hope, and he lived singing hope. He died singing hope. He arose in silence. For the hope to go on, we must make it our song. You and I be the singers.
He came singing love, and he lives singing love. He died singing love. He arose in silence. For the love to go on, we must make it our song. You and I be the singers. He came singing faith, and he lived singing faith. He died singing faith. He arose in silence. For the faith to go on, we must our song. You and I be the singers. He came singing hope, and he lived singing hope. He died singing hope. We are lost in silence. For the hope to go on, we must make it our song. You and I be the singers. He came singing peace, and he lived singing peace. He died singing peace. We are lost in silence. For the peace to go on, we must make it our song. You and I be the singers.
Now we have election results. I believe we now move to results of the election for Prolocutor. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Do we have ballots? We're doing it all. Ready with your clickers? So I'm assuming number 1 is Rob Dixon, number 2 Harry Huskin, and number 3 Peter Wall. Is that right, James?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. So if you... Thank you. So if you would now please vote. Has everyone had a chance to vote? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bishop James. The results of the first ballot: Rob Dixon, 45 votes, Harry Huskins, 125, and Peter Wall, 103. So we don't yet have an election, so with the percentages we have, all three names remain on the ballot, so we vote a second time. Thank you. We need another name there. There's still three names: Rob Dixon, Harry Huskins, and Peter Wall. Thank you. If you'll vote, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have the results of the second ballot. Rob Dixon, 23 votes, Harry Huskins, 145, and Peter Wall, 111. We have an election. Harry Huskins is our Prolocutor. Welcome, welcome, Harry, to this office. We're delighted to have you moving to this position. You bring lots of experience, having been the Deputy Prolocutor. Thank you very much.
Still is till the end of the week.
Yes. Until the end of the week, he's still the Deputy.
Yes, we're not all esteemed the Prolocutor quite yet.
Not yet. Now we move to introducing the nominees for Deputy Prolocutor. James doing that?
Just two,
Cynthia and Rob are going over.
Your Grace, members of Synod, because the Prolocutor is in the order of clergy, the Very Reverend Peter Wall is deleted as a candidate for Deputy Prolocutor, and so the nominees for Deputy Prolocutor are from the Diocese of New Westminster, Robert Dixon. Thank you. And from the Diocese of Western Newfoundland, Cynthia Haynes-Turner. Thank you. And you can come down.
There are the two nominations for the office of Deputy Prolocutor. If you would vote now, please. Everyone had a chance to vote? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The results of the ballot for Deputy Prolocutor, Rob Dixon, 86, and Cynthia Haynes-Turner, 183. So we have an election. Cynthia Haynes-Turner. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Welcome to this office. We look forward to your support and participation among the officers of General Synod. Bishop James has a little procedural matter now we need to take care of, having finished the elections.
Thank you, Your Grace. I move, seconded by Canon Bob Folby, that the ballots be destroyed by deleting the electronic record.
Shall we do that by clicker, Bishop James? A voice vote. That's what I'm being told. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. All right, we move now to Vision 2019, and we're inviting P.J. Hobbs, Melissa Green, and Michael Thompson to the podium. I see a bit of an exodus. I think certain needs need to be met. So I think, could we just hold for 5 minutes so that I don't want you speaking to a half-empty hall.
Apparently we can't hold.
But do what you do, but do it quickly. No, I'm fine, Dave. Thanks.
Yeah, we're going to have to, I think we can actually pick up about 15 minutes after we're longer.
I don't think we're
Hope is not a warranty. It isn't buy one, get one free. No lifetime guarantee that everything works out. And hope is not our fingers crossed. It isn't pulling petals off. He loves me or he loves me not. That isn't hope. That isn't hope. Hope is a boat that holds you when you're too far from the shore. Hope's a little bird that flies on in the middle of a storm. It's the song inside our heart that won't give up. Don't understand the mystery. It's way beyond what I can see. The grace that's been afforded me throughout my life. When I've exhausted every choice, hope has been this tiny voice that makes its way through all the noise and says, hold on and carry on. Hope is a boat that holds you when you're too far from the shore. Hope's a little bird that flies on in the middle of a storm. It's the song inside our heart that won't give up. Hope won't let you down no matter what. Trust and just believe that it's enough. Hope is a boat that holds you when you're too far from the shore.
Could you all take your seats, please? Thank you very much. We were listening to Jolene Johnson, author of the song Hope, and that's the song that won the Marks and Mission Songwriting Contest. Jolene Johnson from St. Benedict's Table. And now we give our attention to the side podium, PJ, Melissa, and Michael. Thank you for being patient.
Hi, I'm PJ Hobbs, and I've been the chair of the Vision 2019 implementation team this triennium.
And my name is Melissa Green. I've been a member of the Vision 2019 implementation team. We are excited today to share with you how Vision 2019 and the Marks of Mission are taking hold across the church. In this presentation, we will give a reality check of where we are at. We'll introduce you to some special people who are great examples of how to live out the Marks of Mission, and then together we will look forward to what happens next for this vision in our beloved church.
But before we dig in, let's do a check. Let's do a check-in about who we are and what we're seeing across the country. So we're going to have a little bit of clicker fun. This is going to be speed clicker right now, though. So the first question is, what was your first phone?
We're not going to read them out.
No, we're going to read them out. We won't read them out. Tin can's not on there. No party line. Okay, we got some results. Here we go. Wow, that tells a story.
Question number 2. What time zone do you live in?
I don't know, actually.
That's a problem.
Yeah, what's with the double F? We'll have to figure that out later. Okay, results. Wow, very good. According to the winning Marks of Mission song, which we just heard, which called us back into session, hope is like a... All right, results. Very good, we were listening. There you go.
So, how fluent are you in the language of the Marks of Mission?
Let's have a look. That's not bad. We've had a great orientation over the last day and a half. So let's make sure that we're all on the same page and speaking the same language. The two terms that we're focusing on in this presentation are Vision 2019 and the Marks of Mission. In short, Vision 2019 is the strategic vision of the Anglican Church of Canada, not a plan, a vision. And the Marks of Mission are the ministry priorities that Vision 2019 has recommended to all Canadian Anglicans. The Marks of Mission were originally developed in the Anglican Communion and are used worldwide.
Another way to think of it is that Vision 2019 makes specific recommendations for the national governing body of General Synod, and the Marks of Mission are for the broader Anglican Church of Canada, key mission priorities that link us to the global church.
First, we're going to talk about Vision 2019. Here's a bit of history. In 2008, the Vision 2019 Task Force began to consider what priorities should guide the Anglican Church of Canada into a new era. They gathered a wide variety of data and invited Canadian Anglicans to join in. People were asked, where is your church now, and where do you want the Anglican Church of Canada to be in 2019?
More than 1,000 responses were received and analyzed, and out of this, we defined 7 priorities and 5 practices to guide the work of the national office.
Well, we've had a great review of both the priorities and practices and the Marks of Mission. Let's just take a quick look at them now. The 7 priorities.
Develop leadership education for mission, evangelism, and ministry.
Support ministry through the Council of the North.
Walk with Indigenous people on a journey of healing and wholeness.
Work toward peace and justice.
Engage young people in mutual growth for mission.
Enliven our worship.
Be leaders in the Anglican Communion and in ecumenical actions.
And the 5 practices of Vision 2019 are:
create structures that work for the church now and for God's mission.
Improve and enliven communications.
Keep an eye on statistical trends.
Gather financial resources to equip ministry across Canada.
Build bridges, not fences.
So 3 years in, how are we doing on Vision 2019's priorities and practices?
Honestly, we are doing really well. We see improvements across the board.
And we'd like Michael to come forward and share his story.
Thanks, PJ and Melissa. You're right. Vision 2019 is at the heart of real renewal of the ministries and ministry partnerships for the General Synod. 3 years after being adopted as the strategic vision for the national church, here are some examples, just some examples of how it is shaping the life of the Anglican Church of Canada. Some of them you have heard already, and some of them you will hear again. Through the community, Ministry leaders across Canada can find and share wisdom, theological and practical reflection, and effective practices online in areas from stewardship to ministry with children, from liturgy to congregational health and vitality, from everyday Christianity to lectionary and preaching resources. The community brings people together around the things that matter most to leaders in our church. Last fall, I had the opportunity to spend time with youth ministry leaders from across Canada at Stronger Together, a youth initiative of the National Church. Participants learned from one another, crafted a statement of youth ministry principles, and shared their stories. And a little bit later, you're going to hear from Melissa about that in the next reports. Slide 3. In January, answering the call of Vision 2019, the Primate invited 40 people from across the church, including our full communion Lutheran partners, to reflect on structures that work, building on work begun in the Council of General Synod in 2 previous meetings. The report of that consultation, prepared by the Structures Working Group, chaired by Monica Patton and supported by Janet Marshall, will come before the General Synod for consideration. Vision 2019 expressly called for a government relations presence in Ottawa. You've heard it before and you'll hear it again. It's a very concrete response and a practical one to that call for a government relations presence. Laurette Glasgow, the Special Advisor for Government Relations to the General Synod and the Diocese of Ottawa, a former diplomat, is helping us build relationships that will support witness to the values of the gospel in the public life of our nation. Vision 2019 calls the whole church to a journey of healing and wholeness with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Through active participation in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, through the renewed Catechist Training Program led by Bishop Mark MacDonald and Ginny Doctor, and through the Council of General Synod's embrace of the Mississauga Declaration in its response to the crisis in Indigenous communities, our church is on that journey. Practice 5 of Vision 2019 calls our church to build bridges, not fences. In May, the 4th Bishops' Dialogue between Canadian and African bishops took place in Cape Town. This initiative has attracted attention from around the communion as a sign of reconciliation and renewal in serving God's mission together. And finally, later in this synod, you will hear about decisions in the Diocese of Keewatin and the province of Rupert's Land to reshape ministry in Keewatin around a commitment to self-determination in Indigenous ministry within the Anglican Church of Canada. This is a new structure that works, a practical expression of walking together on a new initiative within a diocese of the Council of the North. There's more, and you can find more examples in the reports of General Synod ministries and ministry partnerships in the convening circular. I'm happy to report that with Vision 2019 as a resource, the people who serve and govern our national church are helping us all grow more deeply into a church renewed for God's mission.
Throughout the triennium, the main job of the Vision 2019 implementation team has been to track this work. We have been vigilant in gathering information through conversation and reporting. We have consulted with staff, reported to and heard from the Council of General Synod, and read through reports of standing committees.
As the monitoring has evolved, it's become apparent that we want to do more of it. Measurement is important to us as we move forward. We will develop tools to better track this work. We recommend that measurement continue as a priority in the next triennium and the one afterwards, all the way up to Vision 2019.
In addition to the monitoring, our team members have played a key role in facilitating key visioning conversations for General Synod. Peter John, my friend and colleague sharing the stage with me, led the World Cafe Conversation Day at the May 2012 Council of General Synod meeting. He also guided COGS through a strategic conversation about the stepping stones needed between General Synod 2010 and reaching a balanced budget by 2014.
COGS has been an essential place for us to connect. Several Vision 2019 implementation team members are also on COGS, and this has allowed them to listen and to contribute to important conversations in the life of our church.
In all these ways, the team's leadership kept Vision 2019 visible to the church's major decision-making body. As our church moves through some major financial and structural conversations, it has been important to keep our eye on the priorities and practices of Vision 2019.
All this work would not be possible if it weren't for the support of Archbishop Fred Hiltz. He has shown unwavering commitment to Vision 2019 and the marks of mission in Church House and throughout the wider church.
It was because of Archbishop Hilt's encouragement that the strategic work of Vision 2019 was framed in the terms of the marks of mission. Wherever he goes, he tells the story of the marks. He looks to see where the marks are growing throughout the church and making visible God's mission in the world. In some places, they're tiny shoots, and in other places, we see established trees.
Aren't you curious too? Don't you want to see a bird's eye view of the work like that which Archbishop Fred is privileged to see on a daily basis? Let's turn and look at some more exciting stories.
Everywhere across Canada, you'll find people who are living out the marks of mission. We want to introduce you to 5 special people or groups of people who are doing a really exceptional job. They are our Marks of Mission champions.
Somewhere along the way, as an adult, I was given this gospel that has changed my own life. It has given me a place, a community, a sense of being loved, and at the same time, it has given me this purpose to share this message. Right? It really is about proclaiming the good news. God wishes us to worship Him. He wishes us to discover Him and know Him better. But ultimately, that needs a response. And whatever that response is to how we see God, that's what our mission is. We are sent out to the world to do gospel work and to proclaim a gospel in word and action. That's what mission is. Together, we chose readings that would somehow make each of the marks come alive. And we tried to make it so that people could engage. That was the most important thing. Would they engage with artwork? Would they engage with stories that they could tell each other? Would they engage with their own personal testimony? I think one of the reasons the Diocese of Montreal is leading this is because in Montreal we face a crisis of who we are, a crisis of identity. We live in a part of Canada that is so highly secularized. But we need to be assured that we have a role to play, and we do have a role to play. And the culture around us can look on and say, these are churches that are being true and integral to themselves and reaching out, because that's what God would have us do.
I really feel strongly about children finding their place in a network of people. It builds resilience for children to belong to a strong network of people, and that's what church is. If we instill that experience in them from an early age of actually being part of the Eucharist, the full Eucharist, being part of the community, staying in the sanctuary for a full service, then we have hope of them really understanding what we're asking them to do by staying in church.
My name's Kate Newman. I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia, Christchurch Cathedral, and I've been teaching Sunday school in Vancouver for on and off for about 12, 15 if you pack all the years together.
I took what we talked about with the Sunday school teachers at the beginning and just wanted to take it a step further. I wanted to capture the children's imagination, really make the experience of coming to church motivating, to make it so exciting and inspiring that they'd really ask their parents to return. I think that people who care about children, help children, pray for children, will find themselves helped by children. They're teaching me and their communities so much by the way they approach their faith, by their excitement about their faith, by their reality. Children, I feel like they understand God. Jesus highlighted that in the Gospels. So if I want to get to know God, I can get to know children.
all were evacuated. It was a forced evacuation. And a third of our town's buildings were either destroyed or impacted by the fire. We wanted a way to say, welcome home. And so we created, together as the ministerial, welcome boxes. And we had this huge, you can imagine the assembly line, and we thought we had little care boxes. Oh no, this town went crazy. They were this tall and this wide. And then on the boxes we put, welcome home, you are still our neighbor, love from the churches of Slave Lake. We said people need quiet, prayerful space. So we opened up our church 9 to 9 with volunteers, one person there all the time, and the candle lit all the time. And you could come and pray, you could come. The one day I went in and 3 people were just playing cards and just telling their stories. And so it was a ministry of the heart that came from these folk. All of a sudden that Christian call to look to the other, it becomes an imperative, which makes it more natural. I would say now that I'm kind of more like up to here in that cement of faith. That not that everything's going to turn out okay, but that when it all does fall apart, and it will all fall apart, then we will be together in God. The way faithful people respond to crisis is not, the emotions aren't different, but the trust, the idea that I still have hope. You can burn my city down, and I am still going to hope.
Jesus was always with the poor. Always with the poor. And how many times does it say in the Bible, look after the poor? And we start to forget that's part of the gospel. We start to focus on buildings and, other things, and we forget that we were called to work with the poor. None of us would want to be poor, right? Nobody wants to be poor. People just ignore you. You have no say. You just, you're just a nobody. I think that every person is good inside. And you talk to them, and they have such wonderful gifts that nobody's ever asked what gifts they have. And I can see that, and I encourage them to do, what's your passion? I tell this group here. What's your passion? And then they go, oh, what's passion? So I said, well, I explain it to them, and just that they can see that others can succeed. We've had ones who've left the program and gone back to school, so to me, that's great. You can feel the spirit in here, food bank day. You come in here and you can feel it. They do what they can with what they have, and they're very resourceful. And I think they just need someone to encourage them. They can tell me anything they want, stuff that they've had close to their heart for a long time and haven't been able to tell anyone because they think they'll be judged, and that's when they come and talk to me. That's what I feel has always been my calling, to the poor, and I have no regrets.
I've been concerned about the environment for a long time. I really believe that as Christians we really need to be concerned about it. People do feel connected to the Creator when they take a walk on the woods, a walk on the beach, cycle down the road, even a walk in a park in the middle of the city. People feel connected because they are. There are a raft of Anglicans out there who really care about creation and do want to make the world a better place. God called us to be stewards of the environment, to care for this planet that we were given. It can sound complex and it can sound huge, but it's not. If I can help make the church a little more environmentally friendly, if we can start, using things that will reduce the parish's carbon footprint, the diocese's carbon footprint, the national church's carbon footprint, then, we're going to have a healthier planet. We have people who are shut in, who are growing small flowers in their windowsill, and we have people who are growing bigger things in gardens, and we have children and parents at Messy Church planting hundreds and literally thousands of seeds. We've been able to encourage young moms who are part of the local recreation association to continue their work with recycling.
Not only do we bring our recyclables back to this site, but we also encourage our parish to do the same. All of the money that's collected from this goes to recreational programs in the community. So this is very much about a healthy environment and a healthy community.
All those little things add up to a whole lot. I just look forward to the coming years in this parish and the things that we might accomplish. With all the beauty that surrounds us, we should just take a little bit of our time and ensure that that beauty is there forever.
These 5 champions are on the front lines, and back at General Synod, staff has been working to get the word out about the marks of mission. Here's some of the things that they've been up to.
Producing print materials. The communications department has produced posters, postcards, and bookmarks that were mailed out to every parish in Canada. The bookmarks have proven especially popular, and we have distributed more than 8,000. They have been distributed to diocesan synods, gatherings of the Primates World Relief and Development Fund, and beyond.
Contests. The General Synod Communications team has led 3 contests with the theme of the Marks of Mission. The first, the Sunday School Curriculum Contest, was won by 4 women, Kate Saunders, Janet Kress, Nancy Wilcox, and Kate Newman. Kate Newman, who we saw just a few minutes ago, later further developed their idea into the Compendium of Church Mice, a year-long resource available online for free. The second contest focused on a song that we heard as we came back into session that was won by Jalen Johnson and Jim Kimball, who wrote the beautiful song, Hope, produced by Randy Newman and friends in the Diocese of New Westminster. Finally, the Marks of Mission photo contest is something you can experience here. Visit our displays outside to see the best of our entries.
We want to emphasize that each of these contests continued with the theme of broad participation and were open to all. The winning entries are all now resources for the rest of the church.
So we are 3 years in the 9-year mandate of Vision 2019. As you can see, we already see evidence that Vision 2019 is indeed a strategic vision for the General Synod, and the Marks of Mission are catching on as common language throughout the Anglican Church of Canada. The work of implementation will continue as we trace this work throughout the Church.
In the meantime, we are pleased to announce that we are continuing and expanding the Champions Initiative. We are setting up a Champions Fund that is offering grants of $1,000 to mission-minded projects in every diocese. We are excited that this project will continue to lift up and celebrate how Canadian Anglicans are living the Marks of Mission all the way through the Church. We are also so excited to see and hear these stories. Please pick up an info sheet at the Marks of Mission display.
Stories are so important as we continue with this work. It's been our privilege to listen and to see this new mission-focused movement grow. We encourage you to watch and listen for stories of the Marks of Mission. Where will you see it at General Synod? In presentations and conversations? What about when you go home to your family, your church, your diocese, your neighborhood?
And so in conclusion, Friends, members of this beloved church, it is a joy to continue to watch, listen, and act, because we know, we believe, that God has a great mission in this world.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, PJ and Melissa and Michael. We're now moving to the first session on structures. This is an introductory session. And I believe we have Michael. Where's Michael? Oh, there he is. Michael's over there. And Colin Johnson is going to the microphone, and Monica Patton. Monica has been the chair of the steering group that was formed out of the consultation in January, and she served as the chair of the group, and Colin Johnson has been a very active member of that group. So we welcome you. Look forward to your presentation.
Thanks to Lisa Berry and her team for that video. It's now time to focus on one element of Vision 2019. Its call for a consultation and a process to discern structures that will work for God's mission now and in the future. And to begin our presentation, I'd like to call upon Monica Patton.
Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to be here to open the conversation about structures in the Anglican Church as we think about our future. We just heard about Vision 2019 And we have learned that one of the areas that it focused on was the call for the creation of structures that work for the church now and well into the future so that we can continue to fully respond to God's mission. One of the specifics in Vision 2019 was a call to the primate to convene a consultation to identify desirable changes in the structures and roles by which the Anglican Church of Canada carries out its ministry in service to God's mission. The consultation, as you have already heard, was considered by COGS late in 2012. They prepared and laid out some of the parameters for the gathering. And so it was that in January 2013, just over 40 people gathered for a symposium to consider and advise on structures that lie specifically within the authority of the Anglican Church of Canada. So that would be around standing committees, for example, apportionment, new means of revenue, and so on. So specific to the Anglican Church of Canada. The participants in the symposium were reflective of our church in age, gender, geography, our Indigenous brothers and sisters, our Lutheran partners, and the diversity, in the broadest sense of the word diversity, the diversity that is ours and us in the Anglican Church in this nation. Our consultation was grounded in prayer, reflection, and conversation. It drew on the wonderful passage from Hebrews. Let us consider how to provoke one another to love and good deeds, not neglecting to meet together, as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. Participants reflected on the history of the Anglican Church of Canada, affirmed Vision 2019 and the marks of mission as the signposts, or the heartbeats as we are calling them, as the signposts for spiritual renewal. We considered some of the drivers that are shaping the present and that we need to attend to as we plan for our future. As the consultation unfolded, the group made a series of recommendations. You're going to hear about them in just a few moments. But what are those drivers that we talked about? To understand where we ended, we need to summarize for you what we explored. Let me offer you just a snapshot of what we talked about. The context for our ministry is post-Christian and post-denominational. The wider culture is no longer fully understands, or in fact is interested in communicating an understanding of Christianity or the Anglican Church. The communication of our identity as disciples, is entirely up to us. We exist in an increasingly diverse, complex, and changing context. Congregations in general are aging. There is a general decline in overall church attendance. As a church, we're experiencing a loss of predictability and regularity, of stability. This means we need to be quick to seize new opportunities, to be more flexible in our approach, to be open to change, to be willing to experiment. There's a shift in how we participate in church. That shift is from a sense of duty to a choice to discipleship. It means that we cannot rely on traditional values and behaviors to support and sustain the church. There are new and very high expectations for accountability and transparency. We are increasingly committed to self-determination for Indigenous people. That is a commitment that shapes us now and will continue to shape us well into the future. Social media and technology offer us some possibilities, of course. They mean that we can meet and connect in new ways, but we have to be open to what that means, to explore what that means, and to learning those new ways. Our sense of the world is smaller, and our ability to make connections around the world is in many ways easier. But we like to do that on our own. Parishes and dioceses are making direct connections with partners, not necessarily with the facilitation of the national church. And finally, our financial resources are limited. And we have, regretfully, come to think of ourselves as living in an age of scarcity rather than an age of abundance. These trends, or the realities, in fact, that we're living with, shaped the recommendations made at the symposium. But before we left the gathering and moved those recommendations on, we established some next steps. You've already heard about a couple of them. A small structures working group was established. We met once in person, a few times by conference call, to refine the report and the recommendations for presentation to COGS. In March, we took the report, Embodying God's Call, a report which you have all received. We took that report to COGS along with our recommendation. COGS, in its thoughtful wisdom, refined some of those recommendations, and you are about to hear in some detail exactly what is being proposed. In closing, though, I want to note that many, many people have already been part of this work, and you are about to be part of it. Warm thanks to all of you who attended the symposium. Many of you are here. And to COGS for their thoughtful attention and time on this subject. I want to give a shout out to the directors and staff of General Synod who asked us really challenging questions and gave us tremendous feedback and advice. Special thanks, of course, to the members of the working group, Melissa Green, Cynthia Haynes-Turner, David Giffen, Jane Osler, Archbishop Colin Johnson, the Primate, and Michael Thompson. I was privileged to serve as chair. Our work was very ably facilitated by Janet Marshall in many ways. The working group members, most of whom are here, and I invite you to talk with any of us whenever you'd like to over the course of the next few days. And now let's get into some details.
Just before we get into some details, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that Monica Patton may be one of a very small number of people who has been awarded both the Anglican Award of Merit and the Order of Canada. I know that her being awarded the Anglican Award of Merit is a recognition not only of her work in the church, which has been prodigious, but also her contribution to social well-being in our communities through community foundations. I dare to dream that her Order of Canada recognizes the spiritual grounding of that work in her life of faith. Congratulations to you.
Good afternoon. When we look at the Embodying God's Call, there are certain things that were beyond the scope of what we did. We only talked about what was within the scope of General Synod's mandate to act or to change. So therefore, we did not talk about the principle and policy of the covenant with our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. General Synod 2013 will consider revised canon on the National Anglican Indigenous Bishop as a follow-up to Canon 22 on Indigenous ministries, but so that was beyond our scope. Nor is work that is being done elsewhere or is the responsibility of somebody else. Provinces of Canada and Ontario, for instance, or the dioceses of Moosonee and Keewatin are dealing with issues within the life of the dioceses and provinces. We recently had a major review of the role of the primate that resulted in changes to the primatial canon already, and we certainly have not relinquished our discussion about the full communion with the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada because, again, we reaffirmed that this morning with a 98% majority. We don't consider how separately incorporated bodies or other bodies over which General Synod does not have jurisdiction within our work. But what did we recommend? Over a dozen recommendations were proposed and grouped into 4 periods of time. All of them begin now, but with different times for decision points or implementation. Some require General Synod approval because they contain constitutional or canonical amendments. Others because they are significant policy shifts. Others can be dealt with by the Council of General Synod or by the General Synod officers. Others require outside consultation or ongoing negotiations, and others can be implemented by management. For those that we're going to consider a 2013 General Synod or in the budget of 2014, streamlining and effectiveness were one of the categories. A major role of the Council of General Synod is to function as the strategic leadership group, setting priorities, determining direction among competing interests, and assuring the the alignment of work with articulated principles. It's about mission. Vision 2019 is undergirded by mission. The infrastructure that we are talking about is not an end in itself, but provides the framework in which mission can be accomplished. The officers of General Synod have a canonical mandate to oversee this and are increasingly taking on this role as a whole body. They intersect between the governance and management functions of the national church. How we meet together is evolving. We can meet by Skype, we can meet by teleconference, we can meet in new ways of interactive electronic meetings, Adobe Connect for one. But all meetings need to be considered. Not that we will move all meetings to web-based meetings, because as we again heard, there needs to be a mix. But more meetings can be done that way. Did you know that a single gathering of the Council of General Synod costs about $30,000 a meeting? Mix and match distance and face-to-face in-person meetings will be important. And increasing use of technology allows for greater consultation and more timely decisions, because you can actually have more meetings rather than fewer, and it might result in fewer very costly physical meetings. We're proposing that the current standing committees, with the exception of two significant ones, Financial Development and the Finance Committee and the Pensions Committee, be replaced by a smaller coordinating bodies, and then assigning the bulk of the work to project-specific working groups. It's an important and a distinctive shift. It places more weight on the Council of General Synod to identify and assess priorities, but it also allows for a greater use of ad hoc groups to be established regionally perhaps, or by interest or by passion, to engage in a specific piece of work, part of a larger piece of work, and then continue or disband as needed. It has the potential of involving a larger range of people in national work than the current structures allow, which now specify certain criteria for membership that may not align with actually the assigned work. I know this personally because I served as chair of a nominations committee at one point, and finding a particular person that met a particular criterion and then trying to convince them that they ought to serve on that committee was not engaging fully their passion, except perhaps their passion to flee. It allows for partnerships to develop so that a diocese or a province or an ecumenical coalition or a parachurch group could take on a piece of work on behalf of the wider church. And as we begin to do all of that, Church House needs to have the technical capacity to accomplish its work, data to undergird planning and implementation, and communications infrastructure to hold those electronic meetings. The Council of General Synod and the House of Bishops have been in processes of clarifying their roles, and particularly the House of Bishops in its role in collegial episcopal leadership of the Church. We also need to look at how the revenue is generated, looking at the review of apportionment formula and the commitments, so that we have a consistent, agreed, and accepted formula for our apportionment. And also to look at the possibility of developing specific financial trusts so that certain ministries that have the capacity to attract endowment, for instance, or specific financial support can be identified, funded separately, relieving the operational budget. For instance, that's already happening in some way with the Bishop Ordinary to the Canadian Forces. Secondly, reviews. We believe that there are external reviews that need to assess the scope, the processes, and the effectiveness of our ministry in two key areas, and recommend changes that will enhance the work there: resources for mission and communications. We need to look at all of the ministries that we do to see where collaboration and partnership with others doing similar work can be done together or on behalf of the other. This is a continuing process. It's already happening. General Synod in Ottawa, we've talked about on government relations. Clay Youth Event with the ELCIC and the Anglican Church of Canada. Primate's World Relief and Development work with Anglican Alliance and the ELCIC's equivalent agency. Can we work more effectively and systemically between provinces and with dioceses and with other denominations? Many organizations are looking at decentralized or shared staffing. With modern communications, do church house staff need to be based in Toronto? Some will, but others can work from remote locations, and already that is happening. Is it possible to extend it? And if so, what then are the physical requirements for a national church office building? These will be explored and determined, but cannot be decided here today. Thirdly, there are changes that have begun, but the end point is more open-ended. That certainly includes our walking together with our Indigenous brothers and sisters. Already, Mark MacDonald is doing creative work as the National Anglican Indigenous Bishop, and the dioceses of Saskatchewan and Keewatin are looking at new models. Longer term, we need to review the size, purpose, and frequency of the meetings of the Council of General Synod itself. That's already being part of the conversation that's either this afternoon or later this evening about the size of General Synod. But is it possible to uncouple governance and program gatherings? Clearly, there are governance issues that must be determined by a representative gathering of Anglicans from across the country. Doctrine, canons, mission and ministry policies. But we will benefit from gatherings that enhance our ability to engage in ministry in new ways, to proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ in our specific Canadian context, to draw people together into deeper discipleship, to build our leadership capacity, to celebrate our life in Christ, to share skills and expertise in communication, stewardship, youth ministry. It seems that we spend a disproportionate amount of our financial resources and personnel resources on meetings for governance versus gatherings for missional ministry. So we will present to the next General Synod how we might address that shift. It's a stance or posture, a way of being in mission together. And now we're going to hear 4 examples from among the many across the whole church of how this might work.
Thank you, Colin. Just a couple of weeks ago, Sean Branch from Threshold Ministries came to visit me in my office Threshold Ministries used to be called the Church Army. It continues to do very much the Church Army's kind of work. Sean was a confessed fan of Catch the Buzz. He was astonished when he discovered that the Anglican Church of Canada's Communications Department produced that video. He said, "We need to be in a partnership with your communications department because we need to have that kind of excellence in our communication for evangelism and Christian formation." Perhaps a year ago, I might not have quickly jumped on that opportunity to continue the conversation, but I have already said to Sean, you need to talk to Eileen Scully, the Director of Faith, Worship, and Ministry, because emerging out of the priorities of that department and that committee is a commitment to evangelism and Christian formation as a skill that belongs to congregations, that they might have that kind of capacity to renew the life of the church and to offer the gospel to more people. It's an example of when you're looking for it, you will see it, and I think that's what we're talking about when we talk about partnerships. Together in Mission is a partnership. The regional gift planners are partnerships. The Council of the North is a partnership between Northern Dioceses and the General Synod, the whole church. The National Indigenous Anglican Bishop works in partnership with diocesan bishops and ministries to offer the gospel companionship in dioceses across the country. So let's hear from 4 places where that kind of partnership is already taking root. I'd like to introduce now Ansley Tucker to speak to you of her experience. Ansley.
Thank you, Michael. It's my pleasure to describe to you an example of collaborative work happening at the congregational level. Eileen Scully phoned me up one day not so long ago and said she would be flying through Calgary in a few days, and would it be possible to sit down and have a conversation about adult faith formation and liturgy? And I thought, this is fortuitous. Her timing is perfect, because there was a convergence between the question that she had asked me on the telephone and a number of conversations that I had been involved in the diocese in the previous couple of months. So these were big questions that the conversations were tentative because we weren't sure that we really had permission to be asking about open table, about rethinking our baptismal discipline and looking at what has been the result of our confirmation practice, about how we deal with the fact that it seems as if most of our congregations are letting the liturgy do their Bible reading for them. And we felt, groups of people that I've been in conversation with, that we didn't know if anybody else was asking these questions, or if we were just being negative and naughty. So, the problem is that these questions, when they arise, they always arise when they are themselves a problem, right? And you don't have time to deal with them because you're putting out brush fires. Somebody wants their dog to be the ring bearer at the wedding. I don't have time to call 10 people, and actually I do know the answer to that one. So you keep limping along. Secondly, it's very easy. I've lived in central Canada, and you know what, it's true. In central Canada, you feel more connected to the conversations that are happening on the ground. Now I'm in Calgary, and I know what it is to feel quite isolated from where the conversations are happening, so you never know if your problems are just your problems or they're everybody's problem or challenge. And so when Eileen called, we thought, this is great. We decided that we would call together a small group of lay and clergy to have a conversation with her one afternoon. We had a fabulous conversation, which felt like the beginning of something very good, that is going to continue to happen amongst us and those with whom each of the participants is in touch. So it's kind of a multi-generational in that it keeps growing, right? And I want to tell you why this worked. It worked because Eileen asked us, we dedicated some time to talk about the issues, which is not what happens generally. Secondly, it worked because the people in the room were not necessarily those people who are ordinarily the ones who are invited to be part of such conversations, not at least with someone of Eileen's exposure to what's going on elsewhere in the church. One person in our group said it was so empowering to have somebody from the national church ask us instead of tell us. Very empowering. And thank you. We also began to share resources. I mean, within hours, we were emailing each other the great resources we had found that we hadn't told each other about or others didn't know about. But maybe most important, why this worked, is that Eileen's conversation with us, our conversation with each other, and our subsequent conversations have kindled a passion. There's leaven in the lump now, in the Diocese of Calgary at least, about some of these questions. So Eileen, wherever you are, I don't know if you learned anything that afternoon or if it was a benefit to you, but it certainly was for us, and we thank you very much.
Thank you, Ansley, for helping us hear a story of how the National Church can plant seeds of connection. I'd like to call on Bethany and Andrew now from Christ Church Bell's Corners to talk about their experience of support from the National Church, but even more importantly, their adventure in Cuba.
The idea of a faith formation trip arose among our close-knit youth group well before destination was decided. However, my mind was still alive with anticipation and expectations. When we learned we were going to Cuba, I had more expectations than ever. I told myself in the airport that I would have to expect less, as I was merely preparing myself for disappointment. Every single one of my expectations was blown away. You have never experienced generosity until you go to Cuba, where dozens of people give up days to cater to your every need. You have never experienced hospitality until you see 8 families open their homes and hearts to 14 strangers from Canada so they have a place to sleep, rest, and feel at home. You have never experienced faith until you see 3 generations of underprivileged parishioners dance their way down the aisle, praising the Lord in rather upbeat song. I've seen all of these things, and I can tell you that I learned more in Cuba than I ever have in Canada. Language was perhaps a barrier when it came to logistics, but in no means did it stop the connections between people of faith. My sister and I walked hand in hand with our house mother to and from a country church in the small town of Los Arrobos, morning and night for 3 days. We painted a church with a group of Cuban youth, and even though only some of them spoke limited English, they could still try to teach us how to dance. For a group of teenagers coming from Ottawa, some of the conditions in Cuba seemed impoverished. My own house mother spoke in Spanish about the difficult circumstances forced upon her and her daughter. Raised in a world where we have everything we could ever need, we might have thought that these conditions would result in a lack of faith. It was quite the opposite. Their unfortunate circumstances seemed to only intensify the need for God in their lives, and they lived by His word. Another thing that the entire youth group noticed was the remarkable fellowship between all the parishes where we went. I experienced firsthand the Cuban people's faith, and in doing so I learned about my own. We can see the difference in our youth group, in their smiles and in their words. We're closer than ever, and I feel bonded to my youth group in one of the strongest ways. I would not trade one moment for my trip to Cuba, and I think it is a trip every teenager should experience.
Through our faith formation trip to Cuba, we were able to build cross-continental relationships and friendships with our new family from Cuba, like with Liz Martinez, or how we called Mama, Bishop Griselda, the boys from Los Arrobos, Bus Carlos, Father Carlos, and Carlos in training. Along with the relationships we built with our new friends from Cuba, we also learned many things about their way of life, like the kind of food they eat, their different laws, like how they're not allowed to build any new churches, and something that affected us all, their plumbing. Though we spent a lot of the trip building our friendships with the Cubans and learning about their way of life, we also were able to build our friendships within our own youth group and learn new things about each other, and it was a great chance to become our own little family. We had some great chances to experience their beautiful landscape, their large and impressive churches, and also a service on the Sunday we were there, when we learned that their church services really weren't that different from ours. What this trip meant to us as a group can be said with one of the entries from the journal, which was, Peter John called this trip a faith formation trip, and aptly so. Our journey not only developed our faith, but also created deep ties with our friend in Cuba and strengthened our friendship as a youth group.
Thank you, Andrew and Bethany, for helping us catch a glimpse of how the local ministry of a church can extend deep into the life of the world and the wider communion. I'd like to call on Melissa Green now to talk about her experience in Stronger Together.
Stronger Together is a gathering of Anglican, Diocesan, and Lutheran Synod youth leaders from across our churches. These leaders have gathered together in the fall of 2011 and 2012 and will be gathering again this September here in Ottawa. The gathering provides a time where diocesan and synod youth leaders, both paid and volunteered, lay and ordained, gather together to share stories and ideas, to listen, to dream, and to vision. This is a gathering where regional youth leaders are reminded that we are not working in isolation. Instead, we have a strong network of people across the country with a shared passion for ministry amongst youth. We are not alone. Stronger Together is a place for youth leaders to be fed so that youth ministry in our parishes, dioceses, synods, and the nation can be strengthened. Stronger Together gatherings are designed to help diocesan and synod youth staff to make connections with one another, build sustainable ministries in our home contexts, and to develop stronger youth ministries across the Anglican Church and the Evangelical Lutheran Church together. Before Stronger Together, diocesan youth ministry staff had no real forum to meet with colleagues to focus on the unique and specific challenges of regional ministry. In 2009, the Anglican Church's Youth Initiatives Task Force recommended that the national church help sustain local youth ministry by providing networking and training opportunities for staff, leaders, and committee chairs. This gathering was first dreamed up when a small group of diocesan youth leaders gathered together at Ask and Imagine. Over ice cream, they lamented the lack of support they had for their work and that they needed to strengthen their regional ministries. This dream grew out of a sense that in order for diocesan youth ministry, and thereby parish and national ministry, to be strong, our diocesan youth leaders needed to be resourced to do what they've been called to do. This initiative emerged from a grassroots conversation and planning team. From the beginning, it has been structured as a ministry with national impact, but leadership has been shared amongst local leaders with national staff support. Stronger Together continues to thrive because our passionate diocesan leaders ensure that these connections through this gathering continues. As the name implies, we are stronger together. We do our ministries differently in the different places we come from, but we need to gather to create a shared vision for our ministry and discover the ways we can support and strengthen one another. Vision 2019 advocates for sustaining ministry with youth and finding creative ways to do that. Stronger Together is an event for people involved in sustaining youth ministry that helps to address some of these questions. Stronger Together organizers have worked with the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada from the beginning, and this year, the ELCIC's Program Committee for Youth Ministry will be coinciding with the Anglican Youth Secretariat meeting that will follow the Stronger Together gathering this fall. Visioning, training, creating, and sustaining networks. Gathering together youth leaders so that they can go and do the ministry that they are called to do with young people today. That's what Stronger Together is all about.
Thank you, Melissa. Now I'd like to call on Bishop John Chapman to speak briefly about an initiative that you've already heard about, but from the perspective of the Diocese of Ottawa. Bishop John.
You'll notice that the young people were standing before you with paper and pencil. I'm standing before you holding my computer. Thank you, thank you. We are called by the Holy Spirit to exercise the mission of God. This we've been reminded of often over these last days. We are called to speak for those unable to speak for themselves. We are called to speak for the poor, the vulnerable, the marginalized. We are called to encourage, model, and practice reconciliation and a longing for peace. We are called, I believe, to use every means at our disposal to see that truth is spoken, and we are called to contribute toward a growing civil society. If we are called to this work, we need to bring our voice to the shaping and making of the laws and policies of our governments. In order to enable this ministry, we will need to cultivate partnerships and venues of influence with all levels of government and with others in civil society in new and in life-giving ways. This is not always easy, and the current political environment presents a unique set of challenges for us. We need to find that delicate balance between protest and cooperation. We need to be strategic and intentional in our efforts so that our voices are heard and our opinions sought during the policy formation process. Over the last few years, through the Diocese of Ottawa's Bishops' Government Relations Panel, and more recently with the appointment of a special advisor for government relations for the Diocese and for the of Ottawa and for the Anglican Church of Canada, the Reverend Lorette Glasgow, our capacity to relate to all levels of government has increased significantly. We now have at our disposal the advice and counsel of an expert with years of experience in government service and international affairs. This new shared position supports our advocacy work for marginalized voices, provides a Christian voice to the work of policy formation, and offers a voice of conscience. Neither the Diocese of Ottawa nor the Anglican Church of Canada has the capacity alone to attend to this vital and necessary work. Together, we do have the resources to support this unique ministry that these times demand of our churches. So far, some of the issues on which we have been involved include suicide prevention, reforms to immigration and refugee laws, prison chaplaincies, Office of Religious Freedom, child poverty, the Middle East, the environment, the G8 Religious Leaders Initiative, homelessness and affordable housing, social financing, and other matters which you heard, which the Primate spoke about in his presidential address. This is a vital and honorable work that we are engaged in, and I think it's a good thing, and it's a good work that we share, and it's a work that we can't do alone. And we have heard so often in our work and in our lives in faith and in ministry that the future for us is indeed in partnerships, and this is one partnership that I believe is bringing forth fruit that we will all enjoy in our future years. Thank you.
Thank you all. Later in this synod, there will be an opportunity in table groups to explore opportunities that you might see for partnerships with the national church and other contexts of ministry in the Anglican Church of Canada. I invite you to be imaginative. I invite you to be grateful for the partnerships that have already emerged, for the wisdom of the Holy Spirit guiding us into this new sense of renewed partnership among the various contexts of our church. I invite you to give thanks for the witness that you have heard. I invite you to anticipate that when this General Synod gathers again in 3 years, we will have many more opportunities to give thanks. So thanks to our speakers, and thank you for listening.
Thanks so much,
Thank you very much for a great presentation and highlighted by lots of good news stories. That was the first piece around structures, conversations that we'll be having in the Synod, and we'll look forward to next steps. Now, I'm going to suggest we take a stretch, but that doesn't mean mass exodus, unless you absolutely have to go. In that case, I understand. But let's take a stretch, and we'll get ready for the first round of reporting from Governance Working Group. Little stretch.
Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Renew creation. Alleluia.
And again.
Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Proclaim, nurture, transform, loving service. Renew creation. Alleluia.
Good, wasn't it? I'm going to announce John Bowen's book being on sale.
Could you be seated, please? And could we turn our attention, please, to our Chancellor, David Jones, who is the chair of the Governance Working Group. He's over at the side podium.
Thank you, Your Grace. Among the material in the convening circular is the report of the Governance Working Group to the Council General Synod, and it is the third Governance Working Group that has been in existence. Each of the last three trienniums we've had a Governance Working Group, and we have some business that is coming to us that was carried over from last General Synod to be given second reading now, and a number of other resolutions with respect to the National Indigenous Ministry, Canon 22, the Bishop Ordinary, Canon 23, and some other matters. The first matter is resolution number A030, which is the second reading of a resolution which was passed at the last General Synod to amend sections 3, 4, and 5 of the Declaration of Principles. The purpose of this was to unlayer some duplication. We had some matters that were both in the Declaration of Principles, which is our super constitution, if you like, and in our Constitution, and some provisions also in our rules of order, procedure, and order. And the first reading was given at the General Synod 2010 to this resolution, which would amend the Declaration of Principles, sections 3, 4, and 5, to keep in the Declaration of Principles the statement of principles, and to leave in the Constitution the manifestation of the working out of those principles. So I would so move second reading to amend sections 3, 4, and 5 of the Declaration of Principles, and Bishop Sue Moxley seconds that.
Thank you very much, David. Motion is before us. Any discussion? Someone moving to microphone number 1, I believe.
John Rye from Diocese of Saskatchewan. We are a little worried that A30 as passed is going to, over the period of time, devalue the role of the bishops in General Synod, because they will be diluted by being just part of the clergy. We are wondering whether this is actually the intent, because we feel that quite often the bishops are community leaders, are recognized as such internationally and locally, and we are thinking that I'm just saying, can we think about it? I'm not saying that at this point I'm ready to support it yet.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Yes, Gene Packwood from Diocese of Calgary. A question. If we pass this resolution, does that mean that there would be no longer, at the end of the vote, we would be able to see how the different orders have voted?
David, do you wish to clarify that for us?
Yes, I'd like to clarify that. First of all, with respect to the question by Dr. Rye, what the effect of this amendment would be that on our ordinary voting, we would be doing it as a house as a whole, and that we would not always have to have a vote by the bishops and then by the clergy and laity, or vice versa. But the rules of order, which were passed last time, provided that will conditionally would come into effect when second reading is given, if it's given, maintains the principle that any 6 members of General Synod may require, as a right, a vote by orders, which would mean that the bishops would, for example, always be able to have a separate vote, which is the current situation, so that the choice, the method of voting does not take away the bishop's right to have a separate vote, indeed a veto, as do at the moment the order of laity, and as do at the moment the order of clergy. So there's no change to any of that. If AO 3.0 is passed, the rules of order that we passed last time that would conditionally come into effect then would provide for a majority of the whole House, so for our usual method of voting. And as a result of that, there wouldn't be a separate reporting of that. We've seen several times today where we've done it as a whole. But if there were a requisition by 6 members for a vote by orders, then there would be a separate reporting. And furthermore, the rules for amendment of the Declaration of Principles and of those parts of the Constitution that deal with discipline, doctrine, and worship have to be voted on separately by orders in all events. So AO 3.0 doesn't change any of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Microphone number 1.
Your Grace, David Parsons from the Arctic. I'm going to vote against this motion. I believe it's important that we know what the bishops are saying. We're a church that operates differently than Congregationalist churches, and I really believe that it's important that we hear what the bishops are saying as well as the others. With these little clickers, we've seen today how quickly it all comes anyways. Having to jump up immediately and get 6 people if we wanted to hear what the bishops are going to say in that sort of sense, I think that could probably not happen as quickly as passing the time. So respectfully, I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Your Grace, this is Jennifer Warren from the Diocese of Nova Scotia and PEI. Just a quick question of clarification. Forgive my ignorance if there's something that I've missed that I should have read before I got here, but the vote by order, if it's going to be called that way, it has to be done before the general vote of the House, if that were to happen, or can it still be called after? So if the body of General Synod passed something and the bishops didn't like the answer, then they could call a vote by order and overrule it. Is that what I'm understanding? No? I'm misunderstanding.
May I answer that, Your Grace?
Please.
I think I heard your question. I have just a little trouble with the sound system, so I'll repeat it, and if I've got it wrong, please let me know. I think your question was, does the requisition for a vote by orders have to take place before the vote takes place? And the answer to that is yes, that's our current rule, and that would continue to be the rule. So any 6 members before the vote is taken could requisition a vote by orders.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Your Grace, members of Synod, William Anderson, Caledonia. I would like to echo some of the concerns that the previous speakers have offered, but the one point that has not been raised is that reason we have a bicameral system of government in Synod is to ensure that there's a balance between those dioceses which have a large population and those dioceses such as mine which have a relatively small population. The advantage of a bicameral model for considering resolutions that come before Synod is that it ensures that small dioceses across our church are equally heard on motions and are not simply steamrolled over by particularly the urban dioceses which have a significant portion of the population. That's the danger I see in this. And notwithstanding the Chancellor's, I think, very good explanation as to the mechanism by which the bishops can ask that there be a vote by order, the reality, as was pointed out by Bishop Parsons, is as we go through our business, by the time a vote is taken and 6 bishops or anybody else in the assembly come together to say we'd like a vote by orders, in all likelihood the business is going to have moved way beyond that point. Because of those concerns, and given that, in my opinion, the current system of having votes by orders works rather well, I'll be voting against this resolution. Thank you.
Someone else is going to microphone number 1, I believe. And microphone 2. We'll take microphone number 1 and then 2.
Your Grace, members of Synod, some of the concerns I don't happen to see in this resolution. It would appear that it is in the hands of the Chair of Synod, and that is you, Your Grace, as to whether there is sufficient time before a resolution is voted upon for there to be the request for votes by order. The other thing is, I believe that we all are expected to do some homework before we come to Synod. And therefore, if there are dioceses who feel, or people, individuals who feel there are concerns and they need a vote by order, they should already come to Synod prepared with that request. And maybe in the actual procedures or working of Synod, there can be some means where there could be, as there is you can make a request to have something put on or taken off I forget what the word is, but the no debate resolutions. There could be some way of telling the chair, the president of the Synod, that a vote by order was going to be requested before the vote was called. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Norbert Hockenfirst from the Diocese of Saskatchewan. If my memory serves me correctly, at Halifax in 2010, the resolution that was passed was AO19. AO19, I believe, stipulated that there would be 2 representatives from each diocese. And I was wondering if there could be clarification upon that, because is that not correct?
No. Your Grace?
Yes. David?
Might I clarify that? I think you are confusing resolutions. I think you're confusing a resolution about membership in General Synod, and that's not what this resolution's about.
Okay. I see no other speakers at the microphones. David, do you wish to make any closing remarks?
Yes, I would. Bishop Anderson referred to large dioceses and small dioceses. This resolution does not change the rule of procedure that permits a third method of voting, which is by dioceses, and that which is in section 20 of the rules of order and procedure, that after a question has already been passed in the affirmative, there may be a requisition by any 6 members, 2 from each of 3 different dioceses, to require the vote to be taken again on a question by dioceses. And in that case, it's a majority of dioceses that carries the day.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Get your clickers out. Yes, you may vote now. Members of Synod, I'm watching the monitor here in terms of the number of votes. There are 305 people eligible to vote, and 289. Okay, thank you. Figure here's not, that's not the figure I see in front of me. Thank you. 289, okay. I do need to remind members of Synod that you are required to vote according to our rules of order. So I'm just watching the screen in terms of making sure that everybody's taken advantage of that opportunity. Could be. All right, thank you very much. We'll await the result. And in this case, I think it can simply go right up on the screen. Okay, here are the results. In the order of bishops, 24 in favor, 12 not in favor. In the order of clergy and laity, I need to tally, 6 and 2 are 8, 9, 7 or 16. 168 in favor and 67 not in favor. So the motion is carried. Thank you.
Laity have to be separately done.
Pardon me, David?
It has to be done by each order. So the clergy has to be done separately from the laity.
You need the numbers, yeah. You need the raw numbers.
Oh, you need the raw numbers for each. I'm sorry. In the order of bishops, 24 in favor, 12 not. In the order of clergy, 72 in favor, 33 not. In the order of laity, 96 in favor, 34 not. So it's carried in all three orders. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest now that we give the Chancellor an opportunity to say something about our provincial caucus gatherings this evening. That's from 6:30 to 7:30. He'll say something about that, and then we have some announcements from the General Secretary.
And also Jim Cowan.
And
yes,
Bishop Cowan.
Archbishop, in just a minute, Bishop Cowan will come and give instructions about the meetings of delegates by provincial caucus for the election of the Council General Synod. The guidelines for that election were contained in the material that you were sent. There was a change this year, this time, from our previous practice, and the following point you might observe. The deadline for receiving nominations was June the 17th. We did receive those nominations. There were a couple of technical glitches of getting them translated into matters, but the nominations were received in an appropriate time. But the consequence of the deadline is, contrary to our previous practice, there may not be any nominations on the floor of provincial caucuses. The nominations have been received, and those are the nominations. Secondly, the procedure contemplates that each diocese will have nominated one bishop, one priest or deacon, and one layperson. There are some dioceses that have not done that, but there is no provision in the procedure that the Council General Synod authorized to supplement that. Some dioceses did so intentionally. There's no consequence for a diocese having nominated fewer than the numbers. And thirdly, in addition to the members of the Council General Synod that are being elected tonight, the lay and the ordained, there also is from each province a youth person. Now, a person who is eligible to be nominated for a youth position may already have been elected one of the others, and that's fine. They're eligible to be so. Our rules generally provide that there cannot be two members of the Council General Synod from a particular diocese, but that rule does not apply to the youth person from the province. It's from the province at large. So if it turns out that the youth person who is elected comes from a diocese from which another person has been elected, that is not a problem or an impediment.
Thank you very much. Bishop James.
Thank you. We will meet in provincial caucuses in this building, but on the first floor. The province of Canada will meet in room 103. The province of Ontario, room 104. The province of Rupert's Land, room 106. And the province of British Columbia and Yukon, room 105. The members of the nominating committee from each province will pick up the materials they need for the administration of the election in the nominating committee's room. at 6 o'clock in preparation for gathering at 6:30. And then when the election has concluded in each of the provinces, the members of the nominating committee from each province will bring the results to the nominating committee's room, and then there will be a report on the members who have been elected to COGS. So do you all have the room numbers? Do they need to be shown again? Okay, thank you.
Just a number of announcements before we close. The first is that the General Synod Pension Office is open in room 304 on this level. Staff are on hand to answer any questions you may have regarding your pension plan. Every synod, that gets more and more real to me.
It'll be a great lineup.
In the changeover from Joint Assembly to the General Synod meeting, some things got left on tables by previous occupants. If there were things on your table that don't belong to any of you, if you would take them to the information table at the back of the room, that would be terrific. That'd be a place that people could come and look for the things they left there when they left their morning table to go to their afternoon one. This is an opportunity to point out to you that a fine book is available at the Wycliffe College display. It's a book by John Bowen, who's known to many of us as a thoughtful commentator on the ministry of the Anglican Church of Canada, on Canadian social reality, and on hope. John's book is called Green Shoots Out of Dry Ground, Growing a New Future for the Anglican Church in Canada. And here's just an excerpt from an online review on Amazon.ca. I appreciated how these essays were illuminated by real stories from a wide range of churches across Canada. These green shoots give us hope and encouragement, excellent snapshots worthy of sharing. Although not all of the essays will connect with our individual or contextual circumstances, I am sure that church leaders and pastors will find this a timely resource. So in the spirit of sharing stories as we've enjoyed this afternoon, I do encourage you to check out Wycliffe College's display and John Bowen's book. I promised John I would do that. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray. God, we give you thanks for the witness of your church, for the part of that witness carried by the Anglican Church of Canada, by the faithful people across this country who seek to follow Jesus in serving your mission. We thank you for the care that they bring to duties large and small, to passion, to hope, to dream, and to do hard work together for the sake of your gospel. Now, as we prepare to enjoy a meal together, we would ask that there would be food for the hungry and a hunger for justice for those who have food, that you would bless our food to make us strong and bless us to make us strong for your justice. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.